Hi, in this video we'll build a responsive calendar app using just HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Our app will support both all-day and timed events with a smooth, interactive interface. At the end of the video, we will also put the app on the internet for free. To create an event, we can click on the Create Event button or on a specific day. An animated dialog opens and the date is filled automatically. We can enter the event name, change the start time, the end time, and change the color. After the save, a success toast appears. The event is persisted in the local storage. We can refresh the page and the event is still visible. Now we can click on the event to open the event details dialog. In the details we see the event title, the date and the time. Let's click the pencil icon to open the edit dialog. If the start time is after the end time, an error toast appears. Let's change the event title to lunch and color to green. The event is updated. Now let's open the details again and click the delete icon. A confirmation dialog appears, confirm, and the event is deleted. Besides the month view, we can also enter the day view and the week view. If there are two or more events that span the same time range, we render them splitted. We can also add events by clicking on an empty cell. Besides the view select, we can enter the day view by clicking the day button in the week view or in the month view. The selected view and date are kept in the URL. Let's refresh the page and we are still in the same place. Additionally, the changes are synchronized between the tabs. Let's open the app in the second tab. Now, when I remove an event in the second tab, it's automatically removed from the first tab as well. On the left, we have a mini calendar for simplified navigation. We can click on a day to display it. It works on all the views. Finally, the app is fully responsive. On the mobile, the layout changes. We have a sidebar with a mini calendar. The navigation is moved to the right. And there is a create event floating action button on the bottom. The app is live. You can test it out using the link in the description below. If you ever feel lost during the video, don't worry. You can head to the code repository linked in the description, choose the relevant chapter, and easily browse the code at any point in the video. I think that's all, so finally, let's get started. Before we start, we need to set up the environment. For the code editor, we will use Visual Studio Code. Go to the code.visualstudio.com, download the editor, and install it. Next, create a new directory for the project. Let's use Vanilla Calendar for the name. Then open the Visual Studio Code, go to File, Open Folder, and select the Vanilla Calendar directory. For the settings, go to File, Preferences, Settings, search for the format, and make sure the Format on Save option is checked. Next, search for the indentation, and make sure the Insert Spaces option is checked and the tab size is set to 2. Finally, go to the extensions, search for the live server, and install it. Now we can start the coding. Let's start by creating an index.html file. Inside the file, type the exclamation point key and select the first option from the suggestions. VS Code will generate a basic HTML structure for us. Next, click the Go Live button at the bottom right to start the live server. A new tab will open with a live preview of the app. At this point, the preview is empty. Let's fix it. Inside the body tag, create an h1 tag with the text Hello World and save the file. You should see the changes immediately in the preview. Also, let's update the title. Change it from Document to Vanilla Calendar. Now let's move on to styling the page. Create a new directory named Styles and a new file named index.css inside it. To see if our styles are working, select everything and change the background color to black. Save the file and nothing has happened. That's because we need to connect the styles. Go back to the index.html. Above the title tag, create a link tag with the rel attribute set to style sheet and the href attribute set to /styles/index.css. Save the file and it's working. Now go back to the index.css and remove the background color. Then add a few new properties. Set font family to UI-sans-serif, system-UI, sans-serif. Margin to 0, padding to 0, and box sizing to border box. Next, target the body and set font size to 16 pixels, line height to 1.5, and color to #030712. We will use a lot of colors across the app. Typing their value every time from scratch is annoying. For colors and other repeatable values, we can leverage CSS variables. First, create a colon-root selector. Inside the selector, create a --color-text-dark variable and set its value to #030712. Inside the body selector, replace the color value with var --color-text-dark. It's difficult to see the change, so let's temporarily set the variable value to red. The text should become red. Undo the change and let's start working on the layout. Go back to the index.html and remove the h1 tag. Create a new div tag with the class app. Inside the app, create a div tag with the class Sidebar. Below the sidebar, we need a main tag with the class main. Inside main, create a div tag with the class nav and a div tag with the class calendar. Add some text to the sidebar, nav and calendar to see them on the page. Next, go back to the index.css and style the app. set display to grid and grid template columns to auto 1FR. It will ensure the sidebar has enough space and the nav with the calendar are responsive. Also set the height to 100 VH to make the app take up the full screen height. For main, set display to flex, flex direction to column, and height to 100%. For calendar, only set height to 100%. Next, style the sidebar and the nav. To keep our code organized, we will create two new files, nav.css and sidebar.css. In the nav.css, select the nav and set border bottom to 1 pixel, solid, and var --color -gray -300. We haven't created this variable yet, but we will do it soon. In the sidebar.css, select the sidebar and set border right to 1 pixel, solid, and again var --color -gray -300. Also set width to 17 rem. We will mostly use rem units for the sizing. 1 rem is equal to the root font size. In our case, the root font size is set to 16 pixels. It will help us keep the design proportional and consistent. Now, import the files at the top of the index.css by adding @import./nav.css and @import./sidebar.css. We still don't see the borders. That's because the color gray 300 variable is missing. Add it in :root with the value #d1 d5 db. The layout looks good. Now we can dive deeper into the nav. We will start by creating a hamburger menu button. Inside the nav, create a button tag with the classes button, button -- icon, button -- secondary, and mobile - only. For the icon, go to Lucid Icons, search for menu, and copy the first SVG icon. Paste it inside the button and change its class to button __ icon. You might have noticed something weird. We use double dashes, single dashes, and double underscores. What's the idea behind that? The idea is called BEM. BEM stands for Block Element Modifier. It is a way to separate your classes into reusable parts. The foundation of BEM is a block. A block is an independent component on a page. A block can be a menu, a video player, or a product. The video player consists of two words. We separated them with a single dash. An element is a part of a block that cannot be used outside it. A class of an element is block name __ element name. For example, a menu can have multiple menu items. Each menu item can have a menu button. A video player can have a video, controls, and a duration slider. A product can have a header, a name, an image, a price, a footer, and a call to action button. Finally, a modifier defines the appearance or state of a block or element. The delete menu button is dangerous. We want to change its color to red. We can use a danger modifier. When the video player is playing, we want the controls to drop opacity. Let's add a playing modifier. Our marketing team wants to mark some products as featured and give them a special border. Let's add a featured modifier. And that's it. It can still be a bit confusing, but you will grasp it throughout the video. Let's go back to the hamburger menu. Create a new file named button.css and import it inside the index.css. Before we write the styles for the button, we need to create a few new variables. Scroll down to the root section and set --font-size-sm to 0.875 rem, --line-height-sm to 1.25 rem, --border-radius-md to 0.25 rem, --duration-sm to 100 milliseconds, --color-gray-100 to #f3, f4, f6, and --color white to #ff, ff, ff. Now we can finally jump to the button.css. Target the button and set font size to var font size sm, line height to var line height sm, font weight to 400, border radius to var border radius md, border to none, padding to 0.1 rem, height to 2.125 rem, cursor to pointer, and transition to background color, var duration sm, and ease out. For the secondary modifier, set background color to var color white, border to 1 pixel, solid var color gray 300, and color to var color text dark. Also, when a button with the secondary modifier is hovered, set background color to var color gray 100. For the icon modifier, set display to flex, align items to center, justify content to center, width to 2.125 rem, padding to 0, and border to none. And for the icon element, set width to 1 rem. The button looks good. Currently, it's always displayed. We want it only on the mobile. Create a new file named responsive.css and import it inside the index.css. Go back to the file and create a media query for the screens wider than 768 pixels. Target the mobile only class and set display to none. Everything works perfectly. Awesome. Next, go to the index.html. Just below the button, add a div tag with the class nav.dateInfo. Inside the dateInfo, we need a div tag with the class navControls and a time tag with the class navDate. Let's set the date to July 2024. Inside the controls, create a button tag with the classes button, button secondary, and desktop only. Set the text to today. Below it, add another button tag with the classes button, button icon, button secondary, and mobile only. Use the calendar days icon from Lucid Icons. And change its class to button icon. Below the buttons, create a div tag with the class nav arrows. Inside, create two icon buttons. Use the chevron left icon for the first button and the chevron right icon for the second. Remember to change the class to button icon. We want the Today button only on the desktop. In the responsive.css, create a media query for the screen smaller or equal to 767 pixels. Target the desktop only class and set display to none. Now let's style the nav elements. Go to the nav.css and for the nav, set display to flex, padding to 0.5 rem 1 rem, and gap to 1 rem. For the date info element, set flex to 1, display to flex, align items to center, justify content to space between, and flex direction to row reverse. For the controls element, set display to flex and gap to 0.125 rem. For the arrows element, set display to flex and gap to 0.125 rem. For the date element, we need two new variables in the index.css. Font size LG set to 1.125 rem and line height LG set to 1.75 rem. Then in the nav.css, for the date element, set font size to var font size LG and line height to var line height LG. The mobile version of the nav is finished. Let's add the desktop styles. Create a media query for the screens wider than 768 pixels. For the nav, set justify content to space between, gap to 0, and padding to 0.5 rem. For the date info element, set flex direction to row, justify content to flex start, and gap to 1 rem. And for the controls element, set gap to 0.5 rem. The nav looks good on both mobile and desktop. The last missing piece is a view select. Go back to the index.html, below the date info, create a div tag with the classes select and desktop only. Inside the div, create a select tag with the class select. We need 3 options in the select: a day option, a week option, and a month option. The month option should be selected by default. Below the select tag, we need the chevron down icon from Lucid Icons. Change the class of the icon to select icon. Then create a new file named select.css and import it inside the index.css. Go to the select.css and for the select, set position to relative and color to var color text dark. For the select element, set font size to var font size sm, line height to var line height sm, font weight to 400, color to var color text dark, background color to transparent, border radius to var border radius md, border to 1 pixel solid var color gray 300, padding to 0 to rem 0 and 0.75 rem, height to 2.125 rem, cursor to pointer, and appearance to none. And for the icon element, set position to absolute, top to 50%, right to 0.5 rem, transform to translate y minus 50%, width to 1.125 rem, and pointer events to none. And that's it. Our nav is done. It's time for the sidebar. Let's start by hiding the sidebar on mobile. Inside the index.html, locate the sidebar and add the desktop-only class to it. We also need to go to the index.css and create a media query for the screens wider than 768 pixels. Inside the query, target the app and move the grid styles inside. Now, go back to the sidebar and add a div tag with the class sidebar logo inside it. Then go to Lucid Icons, copy the calendar icon and paste it inside the div. Below the icon, create a span tag with the class sidebar title and the text Vanilla Calendar. Below the logo, add a button tag with the classes button, button primary, button LG, and the text create event. Jump into the sidebar.css and inside the sidebar selector set display to flex, flex direction to column, gap to 1 rem, and padding to 1 rem. For the logo element, set display to flex, align items to center, gap to 0.5 rem, and font weight to 500. We need to create a few new variables before styling the create event button. Go to the index.css and set color blue 500 to #3b82f6, color blue 600 to #2563eb, and color text light to #f9fafb. Then go to the button.css, target the primary modifier, and set background color to var color blue 600 and color to var color text light. Also, when a button with the primary modifier is hovered, set the background color to var color blue 500. For the LG modifier, set font weight to 500 and height to 2.5 rem. The sidebar is finished. We will add a mini calendar to it later. Now we can start working on the main month calendar. First, remove the calendar text from the calendar. Then create a div tag with the classes month calendar and month calendar 5 week. Inside the month calendar, create a UL tag with the month calendar day of week list class. Inside the list, create a li tag with the class month calendar day of week. We need 7 of the li tags, so let's duplicate it. Now let's fill the list items with the days of the week: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Below the day of week list, we need a div tag with the class month calendar day list wrapper. Inside the wrapper, create a UL tag with the class month calendar day list. Inside the list, create a li tag with the class month calendar day. Inside the day, create a button tag with the class month calendar day label and a div tag with the class month calendar event list wrapper. Inside the event list wrapper, we need a UL tag with an event list class. To fill the entire calendar, we will need 35 list items. Let's create them. Fill the first label with the value 30. Then fill the next 31 labels with the values from 1 to 31. And finish the last 3 labels with the values from 1 to 3. That was a lot of HTML. Now let's style it. Create a month calendar.css file and import it in the index.css. Go back to the month calendar, target the month calendar, and set display to flex, flex direction to column, and height to 100%. For the day of week list element, set list style to none, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min-max between 0 and 1 fr. Border bottom to 1 pixel, solid, var color gray 300, and padding to 0.75 rem and 0. For the day of week element, we need to add a few new variables. Go to the index.css and set font size MD to 1 rem and line height MD to 1.5 rem. Now go back to the month calendar.css and for the day of week element set font size to var font size MD, line height to var line height MD, text align to center, and font weight to 500. For the daylist wrapper element, set position to relative and flex to 1. For the daylist element, set list style to none, position to absolute, inset to 0, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min-max between 0 and 1 fr, and overflow y to auto. Each month can have a different number of weeks. Let's adjust the rows based on the 4, 5 or 6 week modifier. For the 4-week modifier, we want to have 4 rows. Set grid template rows to repeat 4 times and min-max between auto and 1 fr. For the 5-week modifier, we want to have 5 rows. And for the 6-week modifier, we want to have 6 rows. For the day element, set display to flex, flex direction to column, border right to 10 pixels, solid, and var color gray 300, and border bottom to 10 pixels, solid, and again var color gray 300. We use 10 pixels temporary just to see if the borders are set up correctly. We want to remove the border right from the days in the last column. We can target every 7th day element and set border right to 0. We also want to remove the border button from the days in the last row. For the 4-week modifier, we want to target every day after the 21st. For the 5-week modifier, we want to target every day after the 28th. And for the 6-week modifier, we want to target every day after the 35th. The borders look good. Let's change the width to 1 pixel. Now for the day label element, set color to var color text dark, width to 100%, padding to 0.5 rem and 0, background color to transparent, border to 0, and cursor to pointer. And finally, for the even list wrapper element, set flex grow to 1 and padding bottom to 1.5 rem. It looks like the calendar days don't fit. Let's go back to the day of week list and use short names. The month calendar is ready. We can start adding the events. Now the events. Inside the first month calendar day, go to the event list and add a lead tag with the class event list item. Inside the item, create a button tag with the classes event and event field. Inside the event, create a span tag with the class event color. And below the color, add a span tag with the class event title and the text my first event. Also, let's duplicate the event list item, remove the field modifier, and change its title to my second event. For the styling, create 2 files, eventlist.css and event.css. Import them in the index.css. Also, we will need 2 new variables. Scroll down to the colon root section and set font size XS to 0.75 rem and line height XS to 1 rem. Now go to the event list.css, target the event list and set display to flex, flex direction to column, gap to 0.125 rem, and list style to none. And for the item element, set display to flex. Inside the event.css, target the event and set width to 100%, display to black, font size to var font size XS, line height to var line height XS, color to var color text dark, text align to left, background color to transparent, border radius to var border radius MD, border to 0, padding to 0.125 rem, 0.5 rem, white space to no wrap, overflow to hidden, text overflow to ellipsis, and cursor to pointer. For the field modifier, set background color to var color blue 600 and color to var color text light. For the color element, set display to inline black, border radius to 50%, width to 0.5 rem, height to 0.5 rem, background color to var color blue 600, and margin right to 0.25 rem. And for the field modifier, select the color element and set display to none. And done. Next, we will start working on the view select. Create a directory named scripts and an index.js file inside it. In the file, console log the hello world message. Let's open the console to see the message. The console is empty. That's because we need to import the script in the index.html. Just below the link tag, create a script tag with the src attribute set to /scripts/index.js and save. The message should be now visible in the console. Inside the scripts directory, create a new file named viewselect.js. Export a function named init_viewSelect and console log initializing the viewSelect. Then import the function inside the index.js. You can get the import auto-completion by pressing Ctrl+space and call the function. In the console, we see the error cannot use import statements outside a module. Let's fix it. Go to the index.html and for the script tag, set the type attribute to module. Save the file and the error has disappeared. Now find the viewSelect and give it a data viewSelect attribute. Then go back to the viewselect.js and select it using a query selector. Let's try to console log it. We can see the select in the console. Nice. Let's add an event listener to the select. We want to listen for the change event. When the event fires, we want to console log the select value. The listener works correctly. Let's remove the console logs. Now, every time the view is changed, we want to inform the entire app about it. We will do it by dispatching a custom event. We can take the select element and call the dispatch event method. Then we want to create a new custom event. Set the type to view change and inside the options, set detail to the object with the view property set to selected value. Also set the bubbles property to true. When the view changes, we want to change the visible calendar. Let's create a new file named calendar.js. Inside the file, export a new function named initCalendar and console log initializing the calendar. Then, in the index.js, import and call the function. We can see the message in the console. Now go back to the calendar.js, remove the console log, and add an event listener to the document. We want to listen to the view change event. For now, let's console log view changed. It works. We can instead console log event.detail.view. It works as well because that's the event we dispatch in the viewSelect.js. When the selected view is month, we want to display the month calendar. Otherwise, we want to hide it. Let's create a variable for the selected view. Then, if the selected view equals to month, console log show month calendar. Else, console log hide month calendar. Now go inside the index.html and add a data month calendar attribute to the month calendar. Then inside the calendar.js, select the month calendar using the query selector. Remove the hide month calendar console log and change the calendar display to none. Then remove the show month calendar console log and change the calendar display to flags. Now, when we can change the view, it's time to start working on the week calendar. Go to the index.html and below the month calendar, add a div tag with the class week calendar and a data week calendar attribute. Also set the style attribute to display none. Inside the div, type week calendar. In the calendar.js, create a week calendar element variable and assign the week calendar to it. Now, when the selected view is month, we want to set the display of the week calendar to none. When the selected view is week, we want to set the display of the week calendar to flex and the display of the month calendar to none. Otherwise, we want to set the display of both calendars to none. Let's save and test it out. Now go back to the index.html. Inside the week calendar, create a UL tag with the class week calendar, day of week list. Inside the UL, add a li tag with the class week calendar, day of week. Inside the day of week, create a button tag with the class week calendar, day of week button. Inside the button, create a span tag with the class week calendar, day of week day, and a span tag with the class week calendar, day of week number. We need 7 of the list items. Fill the day of week day with the days of the week from Sunday to Saturday, and day of week number with numbers from 7 to 13. Below the day of week list, create a UL tag with a class week calendar all day list. Inside the all day list, add a li tag with a class week calendar all day list item. And inside the list item, create a UL tag with the class event list. Again, we need 7 of these list items. Let's also add an event to the first list item. Inside the event list, create a li tag with the event list item class. Then we can copy the event from the month calendar. Below the all day list, create a div tag with the class week calendar content. Inside the content, create a div tag with the class week calendar content inner. Inside the inner div, we need a UL tag with the class week calendar time list. Inside the time list, create a li tag with the class week calendar time item. And finally, inside the time item, create a time tag with the class week calendar time. We will need 24 of these list items. Then we need to fill the time with the values from 12 AM to 11 PM. Below the time list, we need a div tag with the week calendar columns class. Inside the columns, create a div tag with the week calendar column class. And inside the column, create a div tag with a week calendar cell class. We need 24 cells inside the column, and we need 7 columns. The HTML part is done. Now we can add the styles. Create a new file named weekcalendar.css and import it inside the index.css. We also need to add a few variables. Scroll to the color root selector and set color gray 500 to #6b7280 and back shadow MD to 0, 1 pixel, 3 pixels, 0 and RGBA 000.1 and then comma 0, 1 pixel, 2 pixels, -1 pixel and RGBA 000.1. Then go back to the weekcalendar.css. Target the week calendar and set display to flex, flex direction to column, and height to 100%. For the day of week list element, set list style to none, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min-max between 0 and 1 FR, and padding to 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, 0 and 4.5 rem. For the day of week element, set display to flex and justify content to center. For the day of week button element, set display to flex, gap to 0.5 rem, align items to center, justify content to center, border to 2 pixels solid transparent, padding to 0.125 rem, 0.5 rem, border radius to var border radius MD, background color to transparent, cursor to pointer, and transition to background color var duration sm, and is out. For the day of week button element hover, set background color to var color gray 100. For the day of weekday element, set font size to var font size sm, line height to var line height sm, and color to var color gray 500. For the day of week number element, set border radius to var border radius md, font size to var font size md, line height to var line height md, and color to var color text dark. For the all day list element, set position to relative, list style to none, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min-max between 0 and 1 fr, padding to 0.5 rem, and padding left to 4.5 rem. For the all day list after pseudo element, set content to an empty string, position to absolute, bottom to 0, left to 0, right to 0, height to 1 pixel, and box shadow to var box shadow md. For the all day list item element, set padding to 0 and 0.125 rem. For the content element, set position to relative and flex to 1. For the content inner element, set position to absolute, left to 0, top to 0, right to 0, bottom to 0, display to flex, and overflow Y to auto. For the time list element, set width to 4.5 rem. For the time item element, set height to 4 rem and text align to center. For the time element, set font size to var font size XS, line height to var line height XS, and color to var color gray 500. For the columns element, set flex grow to 1, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min-max between 0 and 1 fr, and padding tab to 0.75 rem. For the column element, set position to relative. And finally, for the cell element, set height to 4 rem, border tab to 1 pixel solid var color gray 300, and border left to 1 pixel solid var color gray 300. The week calendar is ready. Now let's work on the day calendar. For the day calendar, go to the index.html and duplicate the week calendar. Add a week calendar day modifier to the duplicated calendar. Also, change the data week calendar attribute to the data day calendar. In the day of week list, we want to keep only the first item. The same for the all day list. We also need only a single column inside the columns. Then, in the calendar.js, create a day calendar element variable and assign the day calendar to it. When the selected view is month or week, we want to change the day calendar display to none. Otherwise, we want to set the display to flex. Let's see if it's working. It is, but we need to adjust the styles. When the day modifier is active, for the day of week list element, set grid template columns to repeat one time and min-max between 0 and 1fr. The same for the all day list element and for the columns element. That's it. Now let's make the scroll a bit prettier. Create a new file named scroll.css and import it inside the index.css. Also, scroll down to the colon root section and set color gray 400 to #9CA3AF. Then go back to the scroll.css, target the WebKit scrollbar, and set width to 0.5 rem. For the scrollbar track, set background color to transparent. For the thumb, set background color to var color gray 300 and border radius to var border radius MD. On the thumb hover, set background color to var color gray 400 and on the thumb active, set background color to var color gray 500. The scroll is finished. Now we can work on the dynamic events in the week view. Go to the index.html and from the month calendar, copy my second event. Then scroll to the week calendar and paste the event at the end of the first column. Add the field and dynamic modifiers. Also, below the event title, add a span tag with the class event time. Inside the span tag, create a time tag with the text 3 AM. Then we want a dash and one more time tag. This time set the text to 6 AM. Now go to the event.css. For the dynamic modifier, set position to absolute, top to 12.5%, right to 0, bottom to 75%, left to 0, width to unset, border to 1 pixel solid var color white, white space to unset, overflow to unset, display to flex, flex direction to column, and align items to stretch. We want to display the time element only when the dynamic modifier is active. Let's target the time element and set display to none. Then, for the time element inside dynamic event, set display to black, white space to no wrap, overflow to hidden, and text overflow to ellipses. The calendar part is done for now. Next, we will start working on the event form dialog. Create a new file named eventCreateButton.js and export a function named initEventCreateButton. Inside the function, create a variable named buttonElement and set it to the query selector of data-event-create-button. We haven't added the data property to the button yet. Go to the index.html, locate the create event button, and give it the data event create button attribute. Now go back to the event create button.js and add an event listener to the button. Set the type to click. After the click, we want to dispatch a custom event. Set the type to event create request and bubbles to true. Now import and call the function. Then create a new file named eventFormDialog.js. Inside the file, export a function named initEventFormDialog. Then add an event listener, set the type to event create request. After the request, let's console log dialog open requested. Import and call the function and test it out. Now go to the index.html and scroll down to the bottom. Just above the closing body tag, create a dialog tag with the class dialog and the data dialog attribute set to event form. Inside the dialog, create an h1 tag with the hello from dialog message. Next, we need to create a dialog.js file. Export a function named initDialog. The function will take a single parameter name. Inside the function, we want a dialog element variable and assign it to the data dialog name selector. Then we want to return an object with two methods. The open method to open the dialog and the close method to close the dialog. Go back to the eventFormDialog.js, import the initDialog function and call it with the event form name. Next, replace the console log with dialog.open. Save the file, click the create event button, and we see the dialog. Let's fill the content of the dialog. Remove the h1 tag and create a form tag with a form class. Inside the form, create a div tag with the class Dialog wrapper. Inside the wrapper, create a div tag with the class Dialog header. In the header, we need an h1 tag with a Dialog title class and the create event text. Below the h2, add a button tag with the button, button icon, and button secondary classes. Since the button is inside the form, we need to set the type attribute to button. Inside the button, we need the X icon from Lucid Icons. Remember to set the icon class to button icon. Below the header, create a div tag with the class Dialog content. For now, let's only add the text form fields inside. Below the content, create a div tag with the class Dialog footer. Inside the footer, create a div tag with the class Dialog actions. And inside the actions, create a button tag with the classes button and button secondary. Set the type to button and the text to cancel. Below the button, create another button tag. Set the class to button and button primary and the text to save. Let's style the dialog. Create a new file named dialog.css and import it inside the index.css. Also, scroll down to the colon root section and set font size 2XL to 1.5 rem, line height 2XL to 2 rem, duration MD to 300 milliseconds, and color black to #000000. For the dialog, set border to 0, margin to 0, max height to unset, max width to unset, align items to center, justify content to center, width to 100%, height to 100 VH, background color to transparent, and overflow to hidden. For the open dialog, set display to flex. For the open dialog backdrop, set background color to var color black. For the wrapper element, set margin to auto, border radius to var border radius MD, background color to var color white, display to flex, flex direction to column, width to 30 rem, max width to calc 100 VW minus 2 rem, gap to 1.5 rem, padding to 1.5 rem 0, and max height to calc 100 VH minus 2 rem. For the header element, set flex to 00 auto, display to flex, justify content to space between, align items to center, gap to 1 rem, and padding to 0 and 1.5 rem. For the title element, set font size to var font size 2XL, line height to var line height 2xl, and font weight to 500. For the content element, set flex to 1 auto, overflow y to auto, and padding to 1.5 rem. For the footer element, set flex to 0 auto and padding to 0 and 1.5 rem. And for the actions element, set display to flex, justify content to flex end, and gap to 0.5 rem. We also need to add some animation keyframes. Create open dialog keyframes and set from transform scale 0.9 and opacity 0 to transform scale 1 and opacity 1. And then create open backdrop keyframes and set from opacity 0 to opacity 0.85. Next, for the open dialog, set animation open dialog var duration sm, forwards and ease out. And for the open dialog backdrop, set animation open backdrop var duration sm, forwards and ease out. The animation is working perfectly, but we can close the dialog only by pressing the escape key. Let's go to the index.html and add a data dialog close button attribute to the close and cancel buttons. Then, inside the dialog.js, create a close button elements variable and set it to the query selector all for data dialog close button. Next, for each close button element of close button elements, we want to add a click event listener. After a click, we want to close the dialog. Let's test it out. Nice, it's working. Now let's add a click event listener to the dialog element. After a click, let's console log event.target. Every time we click on the backdrop, the event target is the dialog. It means we can close the dialog when the event target is the dialog. Create an if statement and check if event.target is the dialog element. If so, close the dialog. Let's do a quick test. And it's working. It would be nice to have a close animation as well. Go to the dialog.css, add close dialog keyframes, and set from transform scale 1 and opacity 1 to transform scale 0.9 and opacity 0. Then create close backdrop keyframes and set from opacity 0.85 to opacity 0. Scroll to the top. When there is a closing modifier on an open dialog, set animation to close dialog, var duration sm, forwards, and is out. And for the backdrop, set animation, close backdrop, var duration sm, forwards, and is out. Then go back to the dialog.js and create a close function. Inside the function, call dialogelement.close. Use the function everywhere instead of closing the dialog directly. Everything still works. Now remove the dialog close part and add the closing modifier to the dialog. The dialog is disappearing, but we cannot click anything. It's because we dropped the opacity to 0 with the animation without actually closing the dialog. After adding the class, let's grab all the pending animation of the dialog and console log them. For each animation, we have access to the finished promise. Let's create an animation.js file and export a helper function wait until animations finish. The function will take a single parameter named element. Now create an animation promises variable and set it to element.getAnimations.map. And for each animation, we want to return animation.finished. Then let's return promise.allSettled and pass the animation promises. It will make sure all the animations are resolved. Now, inside the dialog.js, import the function. After adding the class, we want to wait until all animations are finished. Then we want to remove the closing modifier and close the dialog. Let's also catch any error and console error it. The close animation is working, but not when we press the escape key. Add an event listener to the dialog element and set the type to cancel. On the event, call event.preventDefault to stop the default close behavior and call our close function. Finally, we can start working on the form. Go to the index.html, remove the form fields text, and add a div tag with the class form fields. Inside the fields, create a div tag with the class form field. Inside the field, we need a label tag with the class form label and the for attribute set to title. The text should be title as well. Below the label, we need an input tag with the classes input and input fill. The ID and the name attribute set to title, the type attribute set to text, and the placeholder attribute set to my awesome event. Additionally, we want to add the required and the autofocus attributes. Let's copy the field and paste it below. For the label, set the for attribute to date and the text to date. For the input, set the ID, name, and type to date. Also, remove the placeholder and the autofocus attributes. Below the date field, create a div tag with the class form split. Inside the split, create a form field. Add a form label for start time. And copy the view select below the label. Remove the desktop only class and add a select fill class. For the actual select, set the ID and name to start time. And remove the data view select attribute. We need to create 47 options and fill them with the values between 0 and 1410, and the text between 12 AM and 11:30 PM. We want to increment the time by 30 minutes. Let's copy the field and paste it below. Change the start time to the end time everywhere. Also, move the first option to the bottom and set its value to 1440. Below the split, create one more form field. Add a color form label. And a div tag with a color select class below it. Then create a form.css file and import it inside index.css. For the fields element, set display to flex, flex direction to column, and gap to 1 rem. For the split element, set display to flex and gap to 1 rem. For the field element, set display to flex, flex direction to column, and gap to 0.5 rem. For the field element inside the split element, set flex to 1. And for the label element, set font size to var font size SM and line height to var line height SM. Then create an input.css file and import it inside the index.css. For the input, set font size to var font size sm, font weight to 400, background color to transparent, border radius to var border radius md, border to 1 pixel solid var color gray 300, padding to 0 and 0.75 rem, and height to 2.125 rem. And for the fill modifier, set width to 100%. Also, jump to the select.css, and for the fill modifier, set width to 100%, and the same for the select element. Back to the index.html, and inside the color select, create a label tag with the class color select item, and the style attribute set to color select item color #2563EB. Inside the label, create an input tag with the class color select input. Set the type attribute to radio, the name attribute to color, and the value attribute to #2563EB. Also, let's add the checked attribute. Below the input, create a div tag with the color select color class. And inside the div, create a div tag with the class color select color inner. We need 5 of these labels. Let's keep the checked attribute only in the first input. Also, let's change the colors. The first one is okay, but then we want to use #EA580C, then #16A34A, then #7C3AED, and finally #E11D48. Now create a new file named colorselect.css and import it inside the index.css. For the color select, set display to flex, flex wrap to wrap, and gap to 0.5 rem. For the item element, set position to relative, border radius to 50%, and cursor to pointer. For the input element, set position to absolute, opacity to 0, height to 0, and width to 0. For the color element, set width to 2 rem, height to 2 rem, padding to 0.25 rem, border radius to 50%, border to 0.125 rem, solid var color gray 300, and transition to border color var duration sm and ease out. When the input is checked, we want to update the color element and set border color to var color select item color. We define the variable value inside the HTML. Finally, for the color inner element, set background color to var color select item color, width to 100%, height to 100%, and border radius to 50%. And that's it. Now we can add JavaScript logic to the form. Go to the index.html and add a data event form attribute to the event form. Then create a new file named eventform.js. Inside the file, export a function named init-eventform. Next, declare a variable named formElement and set it to the query selector of data event form. Now we can add an event listener to the form element. Set the type to submit. On the submit, we want to console log form submitted. At the end of the init function, let's return an empty object. Then init the form inside the event form dialog.js and test it out. We see the log for a fraction of a second and then the page refreshes. We can fix it by accessing the event object and calling the prevent default method on it. Now there is no refresh. But there is another issue. The values in the dialog are not cleaned up after we close the dialog. Let's fix it. Add a reset method to the form object and call form element that reset inside it. Then, in the dialog.js, add the dialog element to the object. Finally, in the event form dialog.js, we can add an event listener to the dialog element. Set the type to close. And now, every time the dialog is closed, we want to reset the form. Save the file and it's working. We need to somehow convert the form data into an event. Go to the form event.js and add a new function named form into event. The function will take a single parameter named form element. Inside the function, we want to convert the form element into form data. And then we want to get the title, the date, the start time, the end time, and the color. Then create an event object with the values and return it. Inside the submit handler, let's convert the form and console log it. Now let's test it. The object looks fine, but we have strings everywhere. Let's convert the date into the date object and parse the start time and the end time into numbers. Much better. Now we need to add some validation. We need to make sure the event end time is after the start time. Create a new file named event.js and export a function named validateEvent. The function will take a single parameter named event. Inside the function, we want to have an if statement. If the event start time is greater or equal to the event end time, we want to return a string with the message event end time must be after start time. Otherwise, we want to return null. Now import the function inside the event-form.js. After converting the form into event, let's validate it. If the validation error is not null, we want to alert it and return. Otherwise, we want to dispatch a new event of the type eventCreate. We want to set the detail property to an object with the event property set to form event. We also want to set the bubbles property to true. Let's test the validation. When the start time is before the end time, nothing happens. And when the start time is after the end time, we see the alert. The alert works fine, but let's make something prettier. Let's display a toast. Create a toaster.js file and export a function named initToaster. The function should take a single parameter named parent. Inside the function, create a variable named toasterElement and set it to document.createElement div. Then add a toaster class to the element and append it to the parent. To try it out, go to the event form dialog.js and init the toaster inside the dialog element. Let's see if is there the toaster div inside the dialog. There is. Nice. Go back to the toaster.js and return an object at the end of the init function. Then add a success method that takes the message as the parameter and calls a showToast function with the toast element, the message, and the success string. Then copy the method and change success to error. Now let's create the showToast function. The function will take three parameters: the toaster element, the message, and the type. Create a toast element variable and set it to the result of a createToast function that takes the message and the type. Next, create the createToast function. Declare a toast element variable and set it to document that create element div. Set the text content to the message. Add the toast class. And the type modifier. Finally, return the toast element. Then, inside the showToast function, we want to call animateToast function with the toaster element and the toast element. Now, the animateToast function. It will take two parameters, the toaster element and the toast element. For now, there will be no animation. We want to simply append the toast element to the toaster element. Now go to the eventForm.js and add the toaster as the first parameter to the init function. Then replace the alert with toaster.error. Also, we need to pass the toaster inside the eventFormDialog.js. Let's test it out. The toasts are visible, but we need to improve the styles. Create a new file named toaster.css and import it inside the index.css. Also, scroll down to the colon root section and set duration to XL to 3000 milliseconds, color red 600 to #DC2626, and color green 600 to #16A34A. Inside the toaster.css, for the toaster set display to flex, flex direction to column, align items to center, gap to 1 rem, max width to calc 100 VW minus 2 rem, position to fixed, left to 0, right to 0, bottom to 1 rem, margin to auto, and pointer events to none. For the toast, set font weight to 500, color to var color text light, padding to 0.5 rem 1 rem, and border radius to var border radius md. For the success modifier, set background color to var color green 600, and for the error modifier, set background color to var color red 600. When a toast is appended, it appears immediately. We would like to add some animation. Inside the animateToast function, before appending the toast element, declare a hideBefore variable and set it to toaster element that offset height. After the append, declare a hideAfter variable and again set it to toaster element that offset height. Then declare a hideDiff variable and calculate the difference. Now we want to animate the toaster. First, we want to move it below the screen by the hideDiff and then return it to the natural position. We can do this by declaring a toaster animation variable and setting it to the toaster element.animate. The first argument is for keyframes. We want to animate the transform from the height div to the 0. The second argument is for the options. We want to set the duration to 150 and easing to ease out. There is one possible bug on the Firefox, so we need to add one more line. Set toaster animation.start time to the document.timeline.current time. Now let's test the animation. But before that, I think I made a mistake. Inside the toaster.css, for the toaster, we want pointer events none and not the position. Now the test, and it works perfectly. Let's also animate individual toast. Inside the toaster.css, create keyframes named toast_in and set from opacity 0 and transform translate y 1 rem to opacity 1 and transform translate y 0. Then create keyframes named toast out and set from opacity 1 to opacity 0. Finally, inside the toast, set animation to toast in var duration md is, toast out var duration md is and var duration 2xl. Also, let me fix one issue. It should be 2xl. The animations work fine, but the toast is still visible after the animations end. Let's fix it. Go to the toaster.js and import the wait until animations finished function. Below the toaster animation code, call wait until animations finished and pass the toast element. Then we want to remove the toast element from the toaster element. Also, catch any potential error and console error it. Let's do one more test. And the toaster works as expected. Nice. Now we will handle the success case. Go to the event form.js and add the form element to the object in the init function. Then, inside the event form dialog.js, add an event listener to the form element. Set the event type to event create. On the event, we want to close the dialog. Let's do a quick test. It's working. Then create a new file named notifications.js. Inside the file, export a function named initNotifications. import the initToaster function, and init the toaster with the parent set to document body. Then add an event listener, set the event type to event create. On the event, we want to display a success toast with the event has been created message. Next, import and call the function inside index.js. Do a quick test. Awesome. Now let's start working on our event storage. Create a new file named eventstore.js and export a function named initEventStore. Inside the function, add an event listener, set the type to event create. On the event, let's assign the newly created event to a variable. And console log it. Then go to the index.js, import the function, and call it. Let's see if our event is properly locked. It is. We will keep the events inside the local storage to make sure they stay in the browser even when we close it. Let's start by creating a save events into local storage function. It will take a single parameter named events. We can keep only strings inside the local storage. That's why we first need to convert the date property of the events into a string. Create a save to stringify events variable and map the events. For each event, we want to spread all the existing properties and set the date property to event.date.toISOstring. Let's see what's inside by console logging it. Also, let's call the function inside the event listener. Now create an event. As you can see, we previously had a date object, and now we have a simple string. The events are now saved to stringify. Since the stringify function can throw an error, let's declare a stringified events variable, and inside a try block, set it to json.stringify and pass save to stringify events. In the catch block, we want to console error the error. Finally, we can save the events. Call local storage.setItem. The first argument is a key name, and the second argument is a key value. We will use events for the key and stringified events for the value. Now, when we create an event, we should see it inside the local storage. We can save the events. It's time to retrieve them. Create a new function named getEvents from local storage. Inside the function, create a local storage event variable and set it to local storage that getItem events. When there is no such key, we want to return an empty array. The value is a string, so let's parse it. Declare a variable named parsed events. Then, inside a try block, parse the events. Inside the catch block, console error the potential error and return an empty array. Finally, declare an events variable and map the parsed events. For each event, we want to spread all the properties and set the date property to a new date object. In the end, return the events. Let's combine everything inside the event handler. First, we want to have an events variable and get the events from the local storage. Then we want to push the created event into the array. And finally, we want to save the events back to the local storage. Before we do a test, we need to fix something. We want to return an empty array when the local storage events are null. Let's add a few events and see if they are added to the local storage. Event 1, Event 2, and Event 3. All the events are added. Now we will work on the navigation logic. Go to the index.html and scroll to the nav. Add the data nav today button attribute to the today buttons. To the previous button, add the data nav previous button attribute. And to the next button, add the data nav next button attribute. Additionally, add the data nav date attribute to the date and remove the text. Then create a nav.js file and export a function named initNav. Import the function inside the index.js and call it. Then go back to the nav.js and create a variable for the today button elements, for the previous button element, for the next button element, and for the date element. Next, create a variable for the selected view and set it to month. Below, create a variable for the selected day. We want it set it to today. Create a new file named date.js and export a function named today. Inside the function, create a now variable and set it to a new date object. Finally, return a new date object and copy the year, month, and day inside it, and set the hour to 12. Back to the nav.js, import the today function and call it. Below the init function, create a refresh date element function that takes two parameters, the date element and the selected date. Inside the function, set the text content to selected date.toISO string. At the end of the init function, call the refresh date element function with the date element and the selected date as arguments. Save the file and you will see the date on the page. The date doesn't look human-friendly. We need to format it. Above the init function, create a date formatter variable and set it to new intl.datetime Set the local to enus. Inside the options, set the month to long and the year to numeric. Then replace the selected date.iso string with date formatter.format selected date. Save the file and the date is formatted. Before we add the navigation logic, we need to create a few date manipulation helper functions. Go to the date.js and export a function named addMonth that takes the date and the month's parameters. A subtract months function that takes the date and the month's parameters. An addDays function that takes the date and the days parameters. And a subtract days function that takes the date and the days parameters. Inside the subtract months, we can simply call the add months with negative months. Similarly, inside the subtract days, we can simply call the add days with negative days. Inside the add days, we can return a new date object, copy the year, the month, add the days, and copy the hours. If it results in a date outside the valid range, like the 32nd of January, JavaScript will automatically adjust it to the 1st of February, so we don't need to worry about those edge cases. Now let's work on the addMonths function. It's a bit more complicated. Adding a single month to the 31st of January will result in the 3rd of March. It's because JavaScript will first set the date to the 31st of February. February has only 28 days, so the month will be moved to March and the day to 3rd. We don't want it. Let's start by creating the first day of month variable. Copy the year, add the months, set the day to first, and copy the hours. Then create a variable for the last day of the month. Call a getLastDayOfMonthDate function and pass the first day of month as the argument. Then create the getLastDayOfMonthDate function. We can get the last day of the month by copying the year, adding 1 to the month, setting the day to 0 and hour to 12. Now inside the addMonth function, we need a dayOfMonth variable. We want to set it to the day of the date parameter. If the day is outside the valid range, like in the 31st of February example, we want to use the last day of the month instead. Let's use math.min for that and pass date.getDate and last day of month.getDate. Finally, return a new date object, copy the year, add the months, use the dayOfMonth variable, and copy the hours. All the helper functions are ready. Go back to the nav.js and import them. For each Today button element, inside Today button elements, Add an event listener. Set the type to click. On the click, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to date change. For the options, set detail date to today and bubbles to true. Then copy the event listener for the previous button and the next button. For the previous button, instead of setting the today date, we want to call a getPreviousDate function with the selected view and selected date as arguments. Similarly, for the next button, we want to call a getNextDate function with the selected view and selected date as arguments. Now create the getPreviousDate function with the selected view and selected date parameters. If the selected view is day, we want to subtract 1 day. If the selected view is week, we want to subtract 7 days. Otherwise, we want to subtract 1 month. Next, copy the function, rename it to getNextDate, and replace all the subtract methods with the add methods. Also, let's react to view and date change. Add an event listener, set the type to view change. On the event, set the selected view to event.detail.view. Then add another event listener. Set the type to date change. On the event, set the selected date to event.detail.date. And additionally, call the refreshDate element function. Finally, let's test it out. The next button adds a single month, and the previous button subtracts a single month. In the week view, I need about 4 clicks to change the month, which makes sense. And in the day view, it's about 30 clicks. Perfect. We can now add events and change the selected date. It's time to combine everything into a dynamic month calendar. So far, we've been displaying a static month calendar. Let's make it dynamic. First, we need to create a few template tags. A template tag helps to construct HTML elements from JavaScript. Go to the index.html and add a template tag with a data template attribute set to month calendar. Then move the month calendar inside the template. Remove the 5-week modifier. And also add a data month calendar day list attribute to the day list. Below the template, create a new template tag with the data template attribute set to month calendar day. Copy a single day inside the template. Remove the label text. Add the data month calendar day attribute to the day element. a data month calendar day label attribute to the day label element, a data month calendar event list wrapper attribute to the event list wrapper, and a data event list attribute to the event list. Below the month calendar day template, create a template tag with the data template attribute set to event list item. Copy an empty event list item inside it and add a data event list item attribute to it. And below the event list item template, create a template tag with the data template attribute set to event. Find an event with the dynamic modifier using Ctrl+F and copy it inside the template. Remove all the modifiers and text. Add the data event attribute to the event, a data event title attribute to the title element, a data event start time attribute to the start time element, and a data event end time attribute to the end time element. Finally, go back to the month calendar and remove all the calendar days. And one more thing, scroll tab to the calendar and give it a data calendar attribute. Inside the calendar.js, remove all the calendar variables and create a single calendar element variable. Set it to a query selector of data calendar. Then, below the calendar element, create a selected view variable and set it to month. Below the variable, create a refresh calendar function. Inside the event listener, assign the view to the existing variable. Then, call the refresh calendar function. Copy all the if statements into the refresh calendar function and clear their content. Also, call the refresh calendar function at the end of the init function. Next, create a file named monthcalendar.js. Declare a variable named calendar template element and set it to the query selector of data template equal to month calendar. Below it, declare a variable named calendar day template element and set it to the query selector of data template equal to month calendar day. Below the templates, export a function named initMonthCalendar. The function will take the parent and the selected date parameters. Inside the function, declare a calendar content variable and set it to calendar template element .content.clone node true. It will clone the content of the template. Below, declare a calendar element variable and set it to calendar content.query selector data month calendar. Let's also declare calendar day list element and set it to calendar element.query selector data month calendar day list. Finally, let's console log the calendar element to see if it's working. Back to the calendar.js. To call the initMonthCalendar function, we need the selected date. Let's declare a selected date variable below the selected view and set it to today. Then add an event listener. Set the type to date change. On the event, set the selected date to event.detail.date. And call the refresh calendar function. Finally, import the initMonthCalendar function and call it inside the refresh calendar when the selected view is month. Pass the calendar element and the selected date as arguments. The month calendar is locked, so let's render it. Inside the initMonthCalendar function, call parent.append child and pass the calendar element. The calendar weekdays are visible, but the calendar days are not. To render the calendar days, we first need to calculate them. Go to the date.js and export a function named generateMonthCalendarDays. The function will take a single parameter named currentDate. Inside the function, declare a variable named calendarDays and set it to an empty array. For now, let's just return the calendar days. In the monthCalendar.js, import the function. Declare a calendar days variable and set it to the result of generateMonthCalendarDays. Then, for each calendar day of calendar days, we want to call an initCalendarDay function with the calendar day list element and the calendar day as arguments. Below the initMonthCalendar function, create a function named initDayCalendar that takes the parent and the calendar day as parameters. Inside the function, create a calendar day content variable and set it to calendar day template element that content.clone true. Below, create a calendar day element variable and query the calendar day. Do the same for calendar day label element. Then set the calendar day label element text content to calendarday.getDate. Finally, append the calendar day element to the parent. Currently, we always return an empty array from generateMonthCalendarDays. Let's change it. We will start by generating the first week of the calendar. If the last day of the previous month is not Saturday, we will fill the days up to the current month using the days from the previous month. Create a last day of previous month date variable and set it to get last day of month date. We want the previous month, so let's call the subtract months function and pass the current date and 1. Then create a last day of previous month weekday variable and set it to last day of previous month date dot get day. Next, if the last day of previous month weekday is not Saturday, we need to create a for loop. We want to set I to last day of previous month weekday, iterate as long as I is greater or equal than 0, and decrease I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, create a variable named calendar day and set it to subtract days with last day of previous month date and I. Finally, push the calendar day into calendar days. Let's test it out. It seems like we do not remove the old calendar before we create the new one. Go to the calendar.js and before the if statement, call calendar element that replaces children. It will remove everything inside the calendar. Now it's working. Next, we want to add all the days from the current month. First, create a variable named last day of current month date and set it to get last day of month date and pass the current date. Then create a for loop, set I to 1, iterate as long as I is less or equal to last day of current month date dot get date, and increase I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, create a calendar day variable, set it to add days, and pass last day of previous month date and I. Finally, we want to push the calendar day into calendar days. Let's do a quick test. It's working. Now we need to fill the last week. Create a total weeks variable to month.seal and pass calendar days.length divided by 7. Then calculate the total days by multiplying total weeks by 7. And finally, set missing day amount to total days minus calendar days.length. Now we need a for loop, set I to 1, iterate as long as I is less or equal to missing day amount, and increase I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, create a calendar day variable and set it to add days and pass last day of current month date and I. Finally, push the calendar day into calendar days. All the calendar days should be generated correctly. Let's go back to the month calendar.js. We want to add a week modifier based on the amount of weeks. Above the init function, create a calendar week classes variable and set it to an object. For the for property, set the for week modifier. For the 5 property, set the 5 week modifier. And for the 6 property, set the 6 week modifier. Then, below the calendar days variable, create calendar weeks variable and set it to calendar days.length divided by 7. Next, create a calendar week class variable and set it to calendar week classes at calendar weeks. Finally, add the class to the calendar element. Also, it would be nice to highlight the today's date. Go to the date.js and export a function named isTheSameDay that takes the date A and date B as parameters. Inside, return date A.getFullYear equals to date B.getFullYear and date A.getMonth equals to date B.getMonth and date A.getDate equals to date B.getDate. Then, inside the month calendar.js, import the today and isTheSameDay functions. In the init calendar day, check if today's date is the same as calendar day. If so, add a highlight modifier to the calendar day. Inside the index.css, add a --color-blue-50 variable and set it to #ef f6 ff. And inside the month calendar.css, for the highlighted day, set background color to var color blue 50. The calendar dates part is finished. Now let's render the events. Go to the eventstore.js. At the end of the init function, return an object with a method named getEventsByDate that takes the date as the parameter. Inside the function, create an events variable and set it to the getEvents from local storage. Then import the isTheSameDay function and create a filtered events variable. Filter the events, and for each event we want to call isTheSameDay function with the event.date and the date. Finally, return the filtered events. Inside the index.js, create a variable for the event store and pass it to the init calendar function. Then, in the init calendar function, add the event store parameter and pass it to the init month calendar function. And inside the init month calendar function, add the event store parameter. Inside the loop, before calling the init calendar day function, create an events variable and set it to event store that getEventsByDate with the calendar day as the argument. Then console log the events. We see a bunch of empty arrays. Let's try to add an event in the middle of the current month. Refresh the page and one of the arrays should not be empty. Remove the console log and pass the events into the init calendar day. Inside the init calendar day, add the events parameter. After setting the calendar day label element text content, call an init event list function with the calendar day element and the events as arguments. We don't have the function yet, so let's create it. Inside a new file named eventlist.js, create an eventlist item template element variable and set it to the query selector of data template equal to eventlist item. Then export the init eventlist function with the parent and the events as parameters. Inside the function, set eventlist item to parent that query selector data event list. Then for each event, inside the events, create a event list item content and set it to event list item template element that content that clone node true. Then set the event list item element to event list item content that query selector data event list item. And append the event list item element into the event list element. Finally, go back to the month calendar.js and import the function. The event list item has been added to the list, but it's empty. We need to add an event inside it. Go to the eventlist.js and call an init static event function with the event list item element and the event as arguments. Then, inside the event.js, export the init static event function that takes the parent and the event as parameters. Inside, create an event element variable and set it to the init event with the event as the argument. Then append the event element into the parent. Above the function, create an event template element variable and set it to the query selector of data template equal to event. Then, below the init static event function, create the init event function. Inside, create an event content and set it to event template element that content that clone node true. Then declare an event element and set it to event content that query selector data event. An event title element and set it to event element that query selector data event title. An event start time element and set it to event element that query selector data event start time. And an event end time element and set to event element that query selector data event end time. For now, let's only set event text element that text content to event.title and return the event element. Next, inside the eventlist.js, import the function and save. The events from the event start should be rendered. But when we add a new event, we need to refresh the page to see it. To fix it, go to the event store.js and at the end of the event create handler, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to events change and bubbles to true. Then inside the calendar.js, listen to the events change and refresh calendar. Let's try it out. And nice, it's working. Let's try to create an all-day event. Set the start time and the end time to 12 AM and save. The event is created, but it's not filled. Let's go to the event.js and export an isEventAllDay function. That takes the event as the parameter. Then return event.startTime equals to 0 and event.endTime equals to 1440. Inside the init static event, if the event is all-day event, we want to add the filled modifier to the event element. Save the file and it's working. There is one more problem. We want to have the all-day events at the top of the list. Additionally, we want to sort the events by their start time. Go to the month calendar.js and after getting the events, call a sort calendar day events function and pass the events as the argument. Then create the sort calendar day events function that takes the events parameter. Inside, call events.sort. We have access to the event A and event B. Import the isEventAllDay function. If the event A is all day, return -1. If the event B is all day, return 1. Finally, if event A starts before event B, we want to return -1, otherwise we return 1. Now let's export the event starts before function inside the event.js. The function takes the event A and event B as the parameters. Then return event A that start time is less than event B that start time. Finally, import the function inside the month calendar and save. The sort logic is working. Now it's time for the color logic. Create 2 green events, one all day and one non-all day. The events are blue. To fix that, go to the event.js and before setting the event text element.text content, call event element.style.setProperty. For the property name, we want --event color, and for the value, we want event.color. Then, inside the event.css, change the field event background color to event color. The same for the color element. For now, the month calendar seems to be fine. Let's now start working on the week calendar. Inside the index.html, below the month calendar day template, create a new template tag with the data template attribute set to week calendar. Then cut the week calendar from the tab and paste it inside the template. We can also remove the day calendar. Then go back to the template and remove the style attribute. Below the template, create a template tag with the data template attribute set to week calendar day of week, a template tag with the data template attribute set to week calendar all day list item, and a template tag with the data template attribute set to week calendar column. Then, from the week calendar, copy a single day of week inside the day of week template, a single all day list item inside the all day list item template, and a single column inside the column template. Next, remove all the days of week, all the all day list items, and all the columns. Now it's time for the data attributes. Add a data week calendar day of week list attribute to the day of week list, a data week calendar all day list attribute to the all day list, and a data week calendar columns attribute to the calendar columns. Inside the day of week template, remove all the text and add a data week calendar day of week attribute to the day of week, a data week calendar day of week button to the day of week button, a data week calendar day of week day to the day of week day, and a data week calendar day of week number to the day of week number. Inside the all day list item template, add a data week calendar all day list item attribute to the all day list item, and a data event list attribute to the event list. And inside the column template, add a data week calendar column attribute to the column. Now create a new file named weekcalendar.js. Inside the file, set the calendar template element to the query selector of data template equal to week calendar. The calendar day of week template element to the query selector of data template equal to week calendar day of week. The calendar all day list item template element to the query selector of data template equal to week calendar all day list item. and the calendar column template element to the query selector of data template equal to week calendar column. Then export an init week calendar function that takes the parent, the selected date, and the event store as parameters. Inside the function, set the calendar content to calendar template element, that content, that column node, true. The calendar element to calendar content, that query selector, data week calendar, the calendar day of week list element to calendar element, that query selector, data week calendar day of week list, the calendar all day list element, to calendar element, that query selector, data week calendar all day list, and the calendar columns element to calendar element, that query selector, data week calendar columns. Before we can render anything, we need to calculate all of the days within the week. Go to the date.js and export a function named generateWeekDays. That takes the date parameter. Inside, create a weekdays variable and set it to an empty array. Then create the first weekday variable. Set it to the subtract days and pass the date and the date.getDay as arguments. Next, create a for loop. We want to set I to 0. Iterate as long as I is less or equal to 6, and increase I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, set the weekday to add days, and pass the first weekday and the I. And then push the weekday to the weekdays. At the end of the function, return the weekdays. In the week calendar.js, import the generate function. Generate the weekdays. And console log them. Then, in the calendar.js, import the init week calendar function. And if the selected view is week, let's call the function and pass the calendar element, the selected day, and the event store as arguments. The generated weekdays are looking good. Now, for each weekday of weekdays, let's call an init day of week function with the calendar day of week list element, the selected date, and the weekday as arguments. Then create the initDayOfWeek function with the parent, the selected date, and the weekday as parameters. Inside, set the calendar day of week content to calendar day of week template element that content that clone node true. The calendar day of week element to calendar day of week content that query selector data week calendar day of week. The calendar day of week button element to calendar day of week element that query selector data week calendar day of week button. The calendar day of week day element to calendar day of week element that query selector data week calendar day of week day. And the calendar day of week day number element to calendar day of week element that query selector data week calendar day of week number. Then set the calendar day of week day number element, the text content, to weekday that get date. And append the calendar day of week element into the parent. Finally, inside the init week calendar, let's append the calendar element into the parent. There is the day number, but the day label is missing. Below the templates, create a date formatter variable and set it to new datetime format. Set the local to en-us and inside the options set weekday to short. Then inside the init day of week function set calendar day of week day element that text content to date formatter that format weekday. Let's also highlight the today's date. Import the is the same day and today functions. And if the week date is the same day as today, we want to get calendar day of week button element and add a highlight modifier. Then, inside weekcalendar.css, for the day of week button element, with the highlight modifier, set border color to var color blue 600. Now let's go back to the for loop. Create an events variable and get the events from the event store. Then create an all-day events variable and filter the events. Import the isAllDay event function. And now we want only the all-day events. Next, call a initAllDayListItem function and pass the calendar all-day list item element and the all-day events as arguments. At the bottom of the file, create the initAllDayListItem function that takes the parent and the events as the parameters. Set the calendar all-day list item content to calendar all-day list item template element that content that claw node true, and the calendar all-day list item element to calendar all-day list item content that query selector data week calendar all-day list item. Then import the initEventList function. Call the function and pass the calendar all-day list item element and the events as the arguments. Finally, append the calendar all-day list item element to the parent. The all-day events are rendered nice. Now it's time for the columns. Scroll back to the loop and at the bottom call an initColumn function with the calendar columns element and weekday as arguments. Then create the initColumn function that takes the parent and the weekday as the parameters. Next, set the calendar column content to calendar column template element that content that claw node true. The calendar column element to calendar column content that query selector data week calendar column, and the calendar column cell elements to calendar column content that query selector all, data week calendar cell. Finally, append the calendar column element to the parent. It should be init column. Let's also quickly connect the day calendar. Add the isSingleDay parameter to the initWeekCalendar function. When generating the weekdays, you want to check if isSingleDay is true. If so, we want to use an array with the selected date. Otherwise, we want to generate the weekdays. After the loop, let's do the check again. This time, we will add the day modifier to the calendar. Now go to the calendar.js and add the false argument to the initWeekCalendar function. Then copy the function call and paste it inside the else block. Change the last argument from false to true and save the file. Both the week and the day views should work as expected. Now we need to look into rendering the events inside the week calendar. Go to the week calendar.js. Below the all-day events, create a non-all-day events variable and filter the events. We want only the events that are not all day. Now we need to sort them. But first go to the event.js and export an event ends before function that takes the event A and the event B as the parameters. Then return event A that end time is less than event B that end time. Now go back to the week calendar.js and import the event starts before and the event ends before function. Then add a sort events by time function that takes the events as the parameter. Inside the function, we need to sort the events, first by the start time and then by the end time. If the event A starts before event B, return -1. If the event B starts before event A, return 1. And finally, when the event A ends before event B, return 1. Otherwise, return -1. The function is ready. Let's call it inside the loop and pass the events into the init column function. Inside the init column function, add the events parameter. Each event can have a different start time and end time. Based on them, we can render the events in the correct positions. To calculate the events positions, let's create a helper function named calculate events dynamic styles that takes the events as the parameter. For now, return the mapped events. For each event, we want to set the event property to event and the styles property set to top 12.5%, bottom 0%, left 75%, and right 0%. Then, inside the init column, set the events with dynamic styles. To calculate event dynamic styles and pass the events. For each event with dynamic styles of events with dynamic styles, call an init dynamic event function and pass the calendar column element, the event with dynamic styles.event, and the event with dynamic styles.styles as the arguments. Inside the event.js, export the init dynamic event function that takes the parent, the event, and the dynamic styles as the parameters. Inside, set the event element to init event, then add the field and the dynamic modifier. Next, set event_element.style.tab to dynamic_styles.tab, event_element.style.left to dynamic_styles.left, event_element.style.bottom to dynamic_styles.bottom, and event_element.style.right to dynamic_styles.right. And finally, append the event element into the parent. Inside the event.css, remove the top, right, bottom, and left properties. And inside the weekcalendar.js, import the init function. And we actually want to set bottom to 75% and left to 0. Now go to the day with multiple events. Every event is displayed in the same place. Let's fix it. Select a day without any event and create 5 events inside it. Event 1 with start time 2 AM, end time 6 AM. Event 2 with start time 2 AM, end time 4 AM. Event 3 with start time 3 AM, end time 8 AM. Event 4 with start time 7 AM, end time 10 AM. And event 5 with start time 9 AM, end time 11 AM. Every event is rendered in the same place. Let's start by adjusting the vertical position. Inside the map function, create a top percentage variable and set it to 100 times event start time divided by 1440. For the bottom percentage, set 100 minus 100 times event.end time divided by 1440. Use the percentages inside the styles and save. The vertical position is correct, but some of the events are rendered on top of each other. To fix that, we need to group the events that span the same horizontal position and render them into separate columns. Create a function named groupEvents that takes the events as the parameter. If the events are empty, return an object with the event group set to an empty array and the total columns set to 0. Then declare the first event group and set it to an array with a single object. Set the event to the first element of the events, the column index to 0, and the isInitial to true. If an event takes a lot of hours, there is a chance it will be a part of multiple groups. We will use the isInitial property to check for the first occurrence of an event. Now create an event groups variable and set it to an empty array with the first event group. Then create a for loop, set I to 1, iterate as long as I is less than events.length, and increase I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, set the last event group to event groups at event groups.length -1, and the loop event to events at I. We need a way to check if two events collide. Go to the event.js and export an event collides with function that takes the event A and the event B as the parameters. Inside the function, set the max start time to math.max event A.start time and event B.start time, and the min end time to math.min event A.end time and event B.end time. Then we can return min end time greater than max start time. Import the function and go back to the loop. Create a last event group colliding items variable and filter the last event group items. We want only the colliding items, so call the event collides with and pass the event group item.event and loop event. If the event does not collide with any item from the last group, we want to create a new event group. First, set the new event group item to an object with the event set to loop event, the column index set to 0, and its initial to true. Then set the new event group to an array with the new event group item as the first element. And finally, push the new event group to the event groups and continue the loop. Now, if the event collides with every item from the last group, set the new event group item to an object with the event set to loop event, the column index set to last event group.length, and its initial to true. Then push the new event group item to the last event group. And at the end, continue the loop. The last case is when the event collides only with some of the items from the last group. We want to set the column index to the first available. Create a new column index variable and set it to 0. Then create an infinite while loop. Inside the loop, declare an isColumnIndexInUse variable and check if for some of the last event group colliding items, the event group item.columnIndex equals to the new column index. If so, increase the new column index by 1. Otherwise, we can break out of the loop. Then set the new event group item to an object with the event set to loop event, the column index set to new column index, and is initial to true. Next, for the new event group, we want to copy all the items from the last event group colliding items. Change the isInitial property to false. And add the new event group item at the end of the array. Finally, push the new event group into the event groups. The grouping is ready. Let's now calculate the total columns. We need to find a group with the biggest amount of items. Outside the loop, create a total columns variable and set it to 0. Then, for each event group of event groups, and for each event group item of event group, we want to set total columns to math.max, total columns, and event group item.column index plus 1. Finally, we can return an object containing the event groups and the total columns. Inside the calculate events dynamic styles, we want to group the events. Then let's calculate the column width. Next, create an initial event group items variable and set it to an empty array. To fill the array, create a for loop for each event group inside the event groups. And then a nested array for each event group item inside the event group. If an event group item is initial, push it to the array. Now, instead of mapping through the events, we want to map through the initial event group items. Let's copy the mapping logic from existing function and change event to event group item.event. Now let's calculate the horizontal position. Set the left percentage to column width times event group item.column index, and the right percentage to column width times total columns minus event group item.column index minus 1. Change the values inside the stylus object and save. The grouping is working, nice. Currently, we're not displaying the time inside the events. Go to the event.js and create a date formatter at the top of the file. Set the local to enus, hour to numeric, and minute to numeric. Then export an event time to date function that takes the event and the event time as the parameters and returns a new date. We want to use event.date.getFullYear, event.date.getMonth, event.date.getDate, 0, and event time. JavaScript will automatically calculate the hours based on the minutes. In the init event function, set the start date to event time to date event and event.startTime, and the end date to event time to date event and event.endTime. Then set the event start time element that text content to dateFormatter.format start date, and the event end time element that text content to dateFormatter.format end date. There is one more issue. Let's create an event with a long title between 1 AM and 2 AM. The title is too long and can't fit inside the event. We want to display as much text as possible, but no more. Inside the init dynamic event, let's set event element that dataset that event dynamic to true. It will add a data event dynamic attribute to the dynamic events. Then export an adjust dynamic event max lines function that takes the dynamic event element as the parameter. Inside the week calendar.js, import the function, and after appending the calendar element, let's query all the dynamic event elements. And for each dynamic event element of dynamic event elements, call the adjust dynamic event max lines with the dynamic event element as the argument. In the adjust dynamic event max lines, set the available height to dynamic event element dot offset height. The single line of the title text 16 pixels, so set the line height to 16. To add some additional space, set the padding to 8, and then set the max lines to math.floor, and in parentheses, a variable height minus line height minus padding, and divide all of this by line height. And finally, call dynamic event element .style.set property, set the name to event title max lines, and the value to max title lines. To apply the styles, go to the event.css, and for the title element inside the dynamic modifier, set display to -webkit-box, -webkit-line-clamp to var event title max lines, dash webkit dash box dash orient to vertical, overflow to hidden, and text overflow to ellipsis. Save the file, and the event title should look much better now. I don't like the fact the event with the long title takes only a single column when there are 3 available. There is a similar problem with the events at the bottom. Let's go to the group events function and loop through each event group of event groups. First, sort the event group items by the column index. If column group item A.column index is smaller than column group item B.column index, return -1. Otherwise, return 1. Then create a for loop, set I to 0, iterate as long as I is less than event group.length, and increase I by 1 every iteration. Inside the loop, set the loop event group item to event group at I. Then, if we are working with the last item in the loop, set the loop event.column span to total columns minus loop event.column index. Otherwise, set the next loop event group item to event group at I plus 1, and the loop event group item.column span to next loop event group item.column index minus loop event group item.column index. Next, when calculating the right percentage, instead of subtracting 1, let's subtract event group item.column span. The events now take all the available width, but it seems like the event 4 and the event 5 overlap. Let's console log the groups. The event 4 has column span set to 1 in the third group, and to 2 in the second group. Since the second group is set as initial, 2 is used for the column span. We want to use the lowest column span instead. Let's add an event index property to every event group item. Then create a for loop, set I to 0, iterate as long as I is less than event.length, and increase I by 1 every iteration. For now, let's set the lowest column span to infinity. Then, for each event group, inside the event groups, we want to go through each event group item. If the event group item.event index equals to I, we want to set the lowest column span to math.min, lowest column span, and event group item that column span. Duplicate the loop, and this time set the event group item that column span to lowest column span. Save the file and the events are fixed. Now we will add small adjustments to the calendar. Let's start with a scroll. If we scroll down and add an event, the calendar will scroll up. Let's fix it. Inside the index.html, go to the week calendar template and add a data calendar scrollable attribute to the content inner. Similarly, in the month calendar template, add the data calendar scrollable attribute to the day list. Inside the calendar.js, before removing the children, create a calendar scrollable element variable and set it to the query selector of data calendar scrollable. Then create a scroll tab variable. When the calendar renders for the first time, the calendar scrollable element will be null. If it's the case, set the scroll tab to 0. Otherwise, set it to calendar scrollable element that scroll tab. After rendering the calendar, let's select the calendar once again and call the calendar scrollable element that scroll to with the tab set to scroll tab. The next thing is the event form dialog. It would be nice to automatically select the date. Inside the event create button.js, import the today function. Then set the selected date to today and add an event listener. Set the type to date change. On the event, set the selected date to the event.detail.date. Next, inside the click handler, set the detail date to selected date. Let's also set the start time to 600 and the end time to 960. Inside the event form.js, create a function fill form with date that takes the form element, the date, the start time, and the end time as the parameters. Set the date input element to the form element that query selector #date, the start time select element to form element that query selector #start time, and the end time select element to form element that query selector #end time. Then set the date input element value to date.toISO string. The start time select element value to start time. And the end time select element value to end time. In the init event form, add the fill with date method that takes the date, the start time, and the end time as the parameters, and calls the fill form with date. Finally, inside the event form dialog, on the event create request, call event form.fillWithDate and pass the event.detail.date, the event.detail.startTime, and the event.detail.endTime. We have some error. Let's go back to the event form.js. We want to set endTime select element.value. The time is filled, but the date is not. Let's console log the date.toISO string. Okay, we need only the date part without the time. We can change that substr010 method to do that. The date is filled properly now. Now, clicking the day label inside the month calendar should display the day view. Go to the month calendar.js. Inside the init calendar day function, add an event listener to the calendar day label element. Set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to date change. Detail date to the calendar day. And the bubbles to true. Then dispatch one more custom event. Set the type to view change. The detail view to day. And the bubbles to true. The view changes, but the view select displays month instead of day. Go to the viewSelect.js and add an event listener. Set the type to view change. On the event, set the viewSelectElement.value to event.detail.view. The view select is now working perfectly. Now, after clicking on the event list wrapper, you want to open the event form dialog. Inside the month calendar.js, in the init calendar day, set the calendar event list wrapper to the calendar day element query selector data month calendar event list wrapper. Then add an event listener to the calendar event list wrapper. Set the type to click. On the event, we want to dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to event create request. The detail date to calendar day, the start time to 600, the end time to 960, and the bubbles to true. We have an error. It looks like we need to go back to the index.html and change the event list wrapper data attribute to data month calendar event list wrapper. The dialog opens, but we don't want it to open when an event is clicked. Go to the event list.js. Before the loop, add an event listener to the event list element. On the event, call event.stopPropagation. It's working. Now the week calendar. Clicking on the day of the week button should display the day view. Go to the week calendar.js and in the init day of week function, add an event listener to the calendar day of week button element. Set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to date change, the detail date to weekday, and the bubbles to true. Then one more event. Set the type to view change, the detail view to day, and the bubbles to true. Let's do a quick test. Awesome. Now, when we click a cell inside the week calendar, we want to open the event form dialog and set the time to the one from the clicked cell. Go to the index.html and scroll to the week calendar column template. For each cell, we want to set a data week calendar cell attribute. For the first cell, set the value to 0, and then add 60 to every next cell. In the week calendar.js, in the init columns function, for each calendar column cell element of calendar column cell elements, set the cell start time to number.parseInt, calendar column cell element that dataset that week calendar cell, and 10. And the cell end time to cell start time plus 60. Next, add an event listener. Set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to event create request. The detail date to weekday. The start time to cell start time. The end time to cell end time. And the bubbles to true. Save the file and test it out. It's perfect. The next step is the event detail dialog. Inside the event.js, Go to the init event function and add an event listener. Set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to event click, the detail event to event, and the bubbles to true. Then create a new file named event-details-dialog.js and export a function named init-event-details-dialog. Next, import the init-dialog function and call it with the event details name. Now add an event listener, set the type to event click. On the event, open the dialog. Finally, import and call the function inside the index.js. Let's go to the index.html and below the event form dialog, create a dialog tag with the class dialog and the data dialog attribute set to event details. Inside the dialog, create a div tag with the dialog wrapper class. Inside the wrapper, we need a div tag with the dialog header class and a div tag with the dialog content class. Inside the header, create an h2 tag with the dialog title class and the event details text. Below the h2, create a div tag with the dialog header action class. Inside the actions, create a button tag with the classes button, button icon, and button secondary, and the data event details delete button attribute. Inside the button, copy the trash icon from Lucid Icons and change its class to the button icon. We need 3 of these buttons. For the second button, use the pencil icon. And set the data attribute to the data event details edit button. For the last button, use the X icon. And set the data attribute to the data dialog close button. And add the autofocus attribute. Additionally, between the second and the third button, add a div tag with a dialog header actions divider class. Now, inside the dialog content, create a div tag with a event details class. Inside the details, we need a div tag with a event details line class and a div tag with a event details title class and the event1 text. Below, create a div tag with a event details time class. Inside, we need a time tag with a text Wednesday, August 14, 2024. then a BR tag, and a time tag with the 10:00 AM text. Next, a dash and a time tag with the 4:00 PM text. The dialog is displayed, but we need to style it. In the dialog.css, target the header actions element and set display to flex, align items to stretch, and gap to 0.5 rem. And for the header actions divider element, set flex shrink to 0, width to 1 pixel, and background color to color gray 100. Now create a new file named eventdetails.css and import it in the index.css. In the file, target the event details and set display to flex, align items to stretch, and gap to 1 rem. For the line element, set flex shrink to 0, width to 0.5 rem, background color to var color blue 600, and border radius to var border radius md. For the content element, set display to flex, flex direction to column, and gap to 0.5 rem. It looks like we don't have the content element. Let's go back to the index.html, create an event details content div, and move the title and time inside it. Now go back to the event details.css. For the title element, set font size to var font size LG and line height to var line height LG. And for the time element, set font size to var font size SM and line height to var line height SM. The dialog is looking good. Now we can fill it with the actual event data. Inside the index.html, add a data event details attribute to the event details, a data event details title attribute to the title, a data event details date attribute to the date, a data event details start time attribute to the start time, and a data event details end time attribute to the end time. Let's also remove all the text. Inside the event details dialog.js, create a full event details dialog function that takes the parent and the event as the parameters. Inside the function, set the event details element to parent that query selector data event details, the event details title element to parent.query selector data event details title, the event details date element to parent.query selector data event details date, the event details start time element to parent.query selector data event details start time, and the event details end time element to parent.query selector data event details end time. Then, at the top of the file, create an event date formatter and set the local to enus, the weekday to short, the day to numeric, the month to long, and the year to numeric. Below, create an event time formatter. Set the local to enus, the hour to numeric, and the minute to numeric. Next, go back to the function and set event details title element text content to event.title, event details date element text content to event date formatter format event.date. Now import the event time to date function and set the event detail start time element text content to event time formatter format event time to date event and event start time. And the event details end time element text content to event time formatter format event time to date event and event end time. Before opening the dialog, we want to call the function with the dialog element and the event.detail.event as arguments. The dialog is filled, but the color will be always blue, even if we have an event with a different color. After setting the text content, call the event details element style.set property and set the event color property to event.color. Then in the event details.css, for the line element, use event color instead of blue. Save the file, and the correct color is now displayed. Awesome. Now we can start working on the event delete dialog. Go to the index.html and applicate the event details dialog. Change the data dialog attribute to the event delete and the title to delete event. Then copy the close button and replace the header actions with it. Inside the content, create a p tag with the "Do you really want to delete text?" and a strong tag with the data event delete title attribute. At the end of the p tag, add a question mark. Below the content, add a div tag with the dialog footer class. Inside the footer, create a div tag with the dialog actions class, and inside the actions, a button tag with the classes button and button secondary, the data dialog close button attribute, and the cancel text. Below the button, create one more button tag, set the classes to button and button danger, add the data event delete button attribute, and the text delete. Then create a new file named event-delete-dialog.js and export an init event delete dialog function. Inside the function, init the dialog with the event delete name and add an event listener. Set the type to event delete request. On the event, open the dialog. Finally, let's import and call the function inside the index.js. Let's fix the import. In the event details dialog.js, set the delete button element to dialog element query selector data event details delete button. Below, create a current event variable and set it to null. On the event click, before filling the dialog, let's set the current event to event.detail.event. Then add an event listener to the delete button. Set the type to click. On the event, close the dialog and dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to event delete request, the detail event to current event, and the bubbles to true. Let's test it out. We are running the close and the open animations of the dialogs at the same time. Let's change that. In the dialog.js, in the returned object, instead of just calling the close function, let's also return it. Then, in the close function, let's return the wait until animations finished promise. Now, in the event details dialog.js, we can use that then method. Let's dispatch the event after the close animation is finished. I think it's looking better now. The delete button is gray. Let's make it red. First, in the index.css, add a color red 500 variable and set it to EF4444. Then, in the button.css, For the danger button, set background color to var color red 600 and color to color text light. And on hover, set background color to var color red 500. Now, inside the event delete dialog.js, create a fill event delete dialog function that takes the parent and the event as the parameters. Inside the function, set the event delete title element to parent.querySelector data event delete title, and set the event delete title element.text content to event.title. Then call the function before opening the dialog. Pass the dialog.dialog element and the event.detail.event as the arguments. The event title should be no field. Next, create a delete button element variable and set it to parent.querySelector data event delete button. Below, create a current event variable and set it to null. On the event delete request, before filling the dialog, set the current event to event.detail.event. And now add an event listener to the delete button element. Set the type to click on the event, close the dialog, and dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to event delete, the detail event to current event, and the bubbles to true. In the event store.js, copy the event create handler, change the type to event delete, and rename the created event to the deleted event. Instead of pushing the event, let's filter the events. We want to keep the events with a different ID than the deleted one. The issue is our events currently don't have IDs. Go to the event.js and export a generate event ID function. For our use case, returning the date.now should be enough. It will return the current time in milliseconds. We need to get rid of the events without the IDs. Go to the Application tab in the DevTools, clear the local storage, and refresh the page. The calendar is empty. Now go to the eventform.js and import the generate event ID function. In the form into event function, add the ID property and generate the ID. Let's try to create an event and remove it. It's working. Next, we want to create a toast. Go to the notifications.js and on the event delete, let's display the event has been deleted message. The event delete dialog is finished. Now let's work on the event addition. We will use the event form dialog for both creating and editing the events. Inside the event form.js, create a mode variable and set it to create. In the submit event handler, dispatch the event create event when the mode is create. If the mode is added, dispatch the event edit event instead. Inside the index.html, in the event form, create an input tag with the type set to hidden, the ID set to ID, and the name set to ID. We will need it to edit the event. In the event form.js, inside the reset function, let's query the ID input and set its value to null. Then rename the fill with date method to switch to create mode and set the mode to create before filling the date. Below, create a switch to edit mode method that takes the event as the parameter. Inside the method, set the mode to edit and call a fill form with event function with the form element and the event as the arguments. Then create the fill form with event function. Let's query the ID input element. The title input element. The date input element. The start time select element. The end time select element. And the color input element. We will select the color input by the value. Set the ID input element value to event.id, the title input element value to event.title, the date input element value to event.date.toISOstring.substring 0 and 10, the start time select element value to event.startTime, the end time select element value to event.endTime, and the color input element that checked to true. Also, inside the form into event function, let's set the ID to form data.getID. Then, in the object, if there is an ID, let's parse it. Otherwise, generate a new ID. Now, in the event details dialog.js, let's query the edit button element. Copy the event listener. Use the edit button element and change the dispatched event name to event edit request. In the event form dialog.js, on the event create request, call switch to create mode instead of fill with date. Then listen to the event edit request. On the event, switch to the edit mode and open the dialog. Save the file and let's test it out. The dialog is not opening. That's because I've missed the quotes in the color selector. Also, this should be value. The form is filled correctly, but nothing happens on save. Let's go back to the event form dialog.js and close the dialog on the event edit event. Next, go to the event store.js and copy the event delete handler. Change the type to event edit. Rename the deleted event to edited event. And instead of filtering the events, let's map them. If the event.id equals to edited event.id, we want to return the edited event. Otherwise, we want to return the existing event. Let's also add a toast inside the notifications.js. Now we can test the changes. Let's change the title, the date, the start time, the end time, the color, and save. Everything is changed. Nice. But there is one more issue. When we are in the edit mode, the dialog title says create event. Let's fix it. Inside the index.html, add a data dialog title attribute to the dialog title and remove the text. Then, inside the event form dialog.js, set the dialog title element to dialog.dialog element.query selector data dialog title. Let's set the dialog title element.text content to create event. And before switching to the edit mode, set it to edit event. Everything is working now, awesome. Inside the index.html, add the bottom of the sidebar, create a div tag with a mini calendar class, and the data mini calendar attribute. Inside the div, add a div tag with a class mini calendar header, and a div tag with a class mini calendar content. Inside the header, we need a time tag with a class mini calendar date and the data mini calendar date attribute. Below the date, create a div tag with a class mini calendar controls. Inside the controls, add a button tag with the classes button, button icon, button secondary, and button SM, and the data mini calendar previous button attribute. Inside the button, we want the chevron left icon from Lucid Icons. Remember to change the class to button icon. Then let's duplicate the button, change the data attribute to data mini calendar next button, and use the chevron right icon. Again, change the class to button icon. Now, inside the content, create an UL tag with the class mini calendar day of week list. Then a LE tag with a mini calendar day of week class. We need 7 of the list items. Now fill them with S, M, T, W, T, F, and S. Below the list, create one more UL tag with the class mini calendar day list and the data mini calendar day list attribute. Now scroll down to the bottom of the document and create a template tag with the data template attribute set to mini calendar day list item. Inside the template, add a LE tag with the class mini calendar day list item and the data mini calendar day list item attribute. And inside the list item, create a button tag with the classes mini calendar day, button, button SM, and button secondary. Also add the data mini calendar attribute. Next, create a mini calendar.js file and export an init mini calendars function. We will have one more mini calendar in the mobile view. That's why we call it calendars and not calendar. In the index.js, import the function and call it. Inside the mini calendar.js, create a variable named calendar day list item template element and set it to document.querySelector data template mini calendar day list item. Then create a date formatter and set the local to enus, the month to long, and the year to numeric. Inside the init function, set the calendar elements to document.querySelectorAll data mini calendar. And then for each calendar element of calendar elements, call an init mini calendar function and pass the calendar element. Now create the init mini calendar function that takes the calendar element as the parameter. Set the calendar previous button element to calendar element that query selector data mini calendar previous button, and the calendar next button element to calendar element that query selector data mini calendar next button. Also, import the today function. Set the selected date to today. And the mini calendar date to today as well. Below, create a refresh mini calendar function and keep it empty for now. Then add an event listener to the calendar previous button element. Import the subtract months and add months functions. And on the click, subtract a month from the mini calendar date and call the refresh mini calendar function. For the calendar next button element, do the same, but add a month instead. Let's also add a document event listener and set the type to date change. On the event, set the selected date to event.detail.date, the mini calendar date to event.detail.date, and refresh the calendar. Let's also refresh the calendar at the end of the function. Below the init function, create a refresh date element function that takes the parent and the date as the parameters. Inside the function, set the calendar date element to parent.querySelector data mini calendar date, and set calendar date element that text content to date formatter that format date. Let's call the refresh date element function inside the refresh mini calendar function and pass the calendar element and the mini calendar date as the arguments. We have some issues. In the loop, we should call init mini calendar instead of init mini calendars. And on the calendar next button element click, we want to update the mini calendar date. The text changes, nice. Now let's create a refresh day list element function that takes the parent, the mini calendar date, and the selected date as the parameters. First, set the calendar day list element to parent.querySelector data mini calendar day list. Then clear the list by calling calendar day list element that replace children. Next, set the calendar days to generate month calendar days. And pass the mini calendar date. For each calendar day of calendar days, We want to create a list item. Set the calendar day list item content to calendar day list item template element that content that claw node true. The calendar day list item element to calendar day list item content that query selector data mini calendar day list item. And the calendar day element to calendar day list item element dot query selector data mini calendar day. Next, set the calendar day element text content to calendar day dot get date and append the calendar day list item element into the calendar day list element. Finally, call the function inside the refresh mini calendar and pass the calendar element, the mini calendar date, and the selected date as the arguments. The list reacts to events, but it's extremely ugly. Let's style it. First, let's go to the button.css. For the button with the SM modifier, set font size to var font size XS, line height to var line height XS, height to 1.75 rem, and padding to 0 and 0.5 rem. For the button with the icon modifier and the SM modifier, set width to 1.75 rem. And for the icon element inside the button with the SM modifier, set width to 0.75 rem. Now create a mini calendar.css file and import it inside the index.css. In the mini calendar.css, target the mini calendar and set display to flex, flex direction to column, and gap to 0.75 rem. For the header element, set display to flex, justify content to space between, and align items to center. For the date element, set font size to var font size SM and line height to var line height SM. For the content element, set display to flex, flex direction to column, and gap to 0.5 rem. For the day of week list element, set list style to none, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times, and min max between 0 and 1 fr, and gap to 0.25 rem. For the day of week element, set text align to center, font size to var font size XS, line height to var line height XS, and font weight to 500. For the day list element, set list style to none, display to grid, grid template columns to repeat 7 times and min-max between 0 and 1 FR, and gap to 0.25 rem. For the day list item element, set text align to center, and for the day element, set width to 100% and border to 1 pixel, solid and transparent. Now we want to gray out the days from the previous or the next month. For the day element, with the other modifier, set color to var color gray 500. Then, in the mini calendar.js, check if mini calendar date.getMonth is not equal to calendar day.getMonth. If so, add the other modifier to the calendar day. Let's also add a primary button modifier if a day is currently selected. First, inside the index.html, remove the button secondary class from the day element. Then, in the mini calendar.js, import the isTheSameDay function. And if the selected date and the calendar day are the same days, add the button primary class. Otherwise, add the button secondary class. Let's highlight the today's date as well. Inside the mini calendar.css, for the day element with the highlight modifier, set border color to var color blue 600. And inside the mini calendar.js, if the today is the same day as the calendar day, add a highlight modifier. I've just noticed we don't have styles for the controls. Go to the mini calendar.css, and for the controls element, set display to flex and gap to 0.125 rem. The last missing piece is the date change functionality. Add an event listener to the calendar day element and set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to date change. the detail date to calendar day, and the bubbles to true. Let's change the view to week and try it out. It works perfectly. Now we will work on the mobile view. On the mobile, we want to only display the week calendar. Create a responsive.js file. Inside the file, create an isDesktopMediaQuery variable and set it to window.matchMedia and min width 768 pixels. Then export a current device type function. If the isDesktopMediaQuery matches, return desktop, otherwise return mobile. Now export an initResponsive function. If the current device type is mobile, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to view change, the detail view to week, and the bubbles to true. Next, add an event listener to the isDesktopMediaQuery. Set the event type to change. On the event, set the device type to the current device type. Then dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to device type change, the detail device type to the device type, and the bubbles to true. Now, again, if the device type is mobile, change the view to week. Finally, import and call the init function in the index.js. The view will now change to the week when we enter the mobile threshold. Inside the calendar.js, import the current device type function and set the device type to current device type. Then add an event listener. Set the type to device type change. On the event, set the device type to event.detail.deviceType and refresh the calendar. Then pass the device type as the last argument to the init week calendar functions. Inside the calendar.js, add the device type as the last parameter. In the loop, we call init allDayListItem and init column. Let's add an if statement. We want to call the functions only when the device type is desktop or the device type is mobile and the weekday is selected date. Now on the mobile, we display only the events for the selected day. Let's also add the device type as the argument to the init day of week function. Then add it as the parameter. On the calendar day of week button element click, we want to change the view only if the current view is not mobile. Next, let's adjust the mobile styles. Go to the week calendar.css and add a media query for the screens bigger than 768 pixels. On the desktop, for the day of week button element, set flex direction to raw, padding to 0.125 rem, 0.5 rem, and gap to 0.5 rem. For the columns element, set grid template columns to repeat 7 times min-max between 0 and 1 fr. For the day of week list element inside the week calendar with the day modifier, set grid template columns to repeat 1 time and min-max between 0 and 1 fr. The same for the all day list. And the columns. And now the mobile changes. For the day of week button, set flex direction to column, padding to 0, and gap to 0.25 rem. For the all day list element, set grid template columns to repeat 1 and min-max between 0 and 1 fr, and padding left to 0. Remove the styles for the all day list inside the day modifier. For the columns element, set grid template columns to repeat 1 time and min-max between 0 and 1 fr, and remove the styles for the columns element inside the day modifier. Let's also move the day of week element hover and highlight modifier styles to the desktop. On the mobile, for the day of week number element, set padding to 0.25 rem, 0.5 rem, and border to 1 pixel solid transparent. On the desktop, set padding to 0 and border to 0. Now on mobile, for the day of week number element, inside the day of week button with the highlight modifier, set border color to var color blue 600. Also, it would be helpful to see the selected date. For the day of week number element, inside the day of week button with the selected modifier, set background color to var color blue 600 and color to var color text light. Then on the desktop set background color to transparent and color to var color text dark. In the week calendar.js, inside the init day of week, check if the weekday and the selected day is the same day. If so, add the selected modifier. Let's try to add an all-day event. For some reason, the event is displayed inside the column. Let's scroll to the loop. We want to pass the non-all-day events to the init column function. And now there is something wrong with the padding. Let's go back to the week calendar.css. On the mobile, for the day of week list, set the padding to 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, 0, and 0.5 rem. And for the all day list, let's remove the padding left property. Now let's check the desktop. For the day of week list, we want 7 columns. And the same for the all day list. Let's also set the padding left to 4.5 rem for the day of week list and the all day list. Now let's create a mobile create event button. Inside the index.html, just above the first dialog tag, create a button tag with the classes FAB and mobile only, and the data event create button attribute. FAB stands for floating action button. Inside the button, paste the plus icon from listed icons and change its class to FAB icon. Inside the create event button.js, export an init event create buttons function. Copy the button element, rename it to button elements, and use query selector all. Then, for each button element, inside button elements, call the init event create button function and pass the button element as the argument. Next, remove the export from the init event create button, add the button element parameter, and remove the button element variable. Inside the index.js, let's import and call the new function. Now create a fab.css file and import it inside the index.css. Let's also scroll to the variables and set box shadow LG to 0, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, -3 pixels, and RGBA 0000.1, and then comma 0, 4 pixels, 6 pixels, minus 4 pixels, and RGBA 0000.1. Inside the fab.css, target the fab and set position to fixed, right to 1.5 rem, bottom to 1.5 rem, width to 3 rem, height to 3 rem, border radius to 50%, background color to var color blue 600, color to color text light, cursor to pointer, box shadow to var box shadow LG, and border to 0.125 rem, solid, and var color white. And finally, the mobile sidebar. Go to the index.html and add a dialog tag with the classes dialog and dialog sidebar, and the data dialog attribute set to mobile sidebar. Inside the dialog, create a div tag with the class dialog wrapper, and then a div tag with the class dialog content. Inside the content element, copy the mini calendar. Then create a file named mobilesidebar.js and export an init mobile sidebar function. Import the init dialog function and set the dialog to init dialog and pass the mobile sidebar as the name. Next, add an event listener. Set the type to mobile sidebar open request. On the event, let's open the dialog. And then one more event listener. Set the type to date change. On the event, close the dialog. Now, inside the index.html, let's add the data hamburger button attribute to the hamburger menu button. Next, create a hamburger.js file and export an init hamburger function. Inside the function, set the hamburger button element to document.querySelector data hamburger button. Then add an event listener. Set the type to click. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to mobile sidebar open request and the bubbles to true. Finally, let's init the mobile sidebar and the hamburger inside index.js. Nothing happens. In the mobile sidebar.js, the event type should be mobile sidebar open request. It's working, but we need to adjust the styles. Inside the dialog.css, for the sidebar dialog, set justify content to flag start. For the sidebar wrapper element, set margin to 0, max height to unset, height to 100%, width to 18 rem, padding to 1 rem, and border radius to 0. And for the sidebar content element, set padding to 0. The sidebar is looking good, but the animation is not. Let's create open and close sidebar dialog keyframes. For the open, we want to animate from transform translate x minus 100% to transform translate x 0. And for the close, we want to animate from transform translate x 0 to transform translate x minus 100%. Now for the open sidebar dialog, set animation name to open sidebar dialog and animation duration to var duration md. For the closing sidebar dialog, set animation name to close sidebar dialog and animation duration to var duration md. For the open dialog backdrop, set animation duration to var duration md. And for the closing dialog backdrop, set animation duration to var duration md. The animation is looking much better now. Let's work on the URL. Currently, when we go to the week view and refresh the page, we are back in the month view. To fix it, create a url.js file and export an init URL function. Inside the function, set the selected view to month and the selected day to today. Below the variables, add an event listener, set the type to view change, and on the event, set the selected view to event.detail.view. Then add an event listener for the date change. On the event, set the selected date to event.detail.date. Above the event listeners, add an update URL function. Inside the function, set the URL to a new URL and pass the window.location as the argument. Next, call URL.searchParams.set. We want to set the view param to selected view and the date param to selected date to ISO string. Finally, call the history.replaceState and pass null and empty string and the URL as the arguments. Call the function inside the event handlers and then import and call the init function inside the index.js. Let's test it out. The URL is updated every time we change the view or date. Below the init function, export a getURLView function. Inside the function, set the URL params to a new URL search params and pass the window.location.search as the argument. Then return URL params.getView or the month string if the param is empty. Let's duplicate the function and change the name to getURLDate. Below the URL params, set the date to URL params.getDate. If the date exists, return a new date and pass the date as the argument. Otherwise, return today. Throughout the app, we've been using month and today as the default values. Let's use getURLView and getURLDate instead. First, in the init function, then in the calendar.js, then in the nav.js, then in the event create button.js, and finally in the mini calendar.js. Let's also go to the viewSelect.js and set the select element.value to getURLView. The state is remembered. Now let's start working on the event synchronization. Open the app in a new tab. When we create an event in the first tab, it's not visible in the second tab until we refresh the page. We want to see the change immediately. Create a sync.js file and set the broadcast channel variable to a new broadcast channel. Use the events change channel for the channel name argument A broadcast channel allows us to send data between tabs. Then export an init sync function and add an event listener to the broadcast channel. Set the type to message. On the event, dispatch a new custom event. Set the type to events change, the detail source to broadcast channel, and the bubbles to true. So basically, every time we get a message from the broadcast channel, we dispatch the events change event. Now let's add an event listener to the document and set the type to events change. On the event, we want to make sure the source of the event is not the broadcast channel. Otherwise, we would end up in an infinite loop. If that's not the case, we want to post a new message to the broadcast channel, or in other words, inform the rest of the tabs about the change. Finally, let's call the function inside the index.js. Create, edit, and delete event actions are synchronized. The coding part is done. We can now put the website on the internet. Go to the Netlify job and select the directory with the project. After a while, Netlify will generate a link to the page. Let's try it out. Enter the password. And we're in. The website will be available only for 1 hour. If you want it to be available for longer, create a free Netlify account and log in. It takes a while. Let's refresh. Now the website should be live all the time. We can also go to the site configuration and change the site name. Let's try Vanilla Calendar. It's taken, so let's try Vanilla Calendar app. And that's it. The website is on the internet and the project is finished. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this tutorial. If you found the video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. I would also love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Let me know what you liked, what could be improved, and any topics you would like to see covered in future tutorials. If you haven't already, subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any new videos. Thanks again for watching and see you next time.